All right, lads. I'll give you Blackbeard's honest opinion. You ask me, can this new captain promise you a life of prizes, plunder, and adventure? Aye. For amongst all the gentlemen of fortune sailing these West Indies, he ranks amongst the most clever. There was a time when I thought myself the deadliest scourge of these seas. But this man is a fearsome dog that feeds off trouble and turmoil. I seen him clear the deck of a Spanish galleon like it were nothing. Fighting like a devil, dressed as a man. And he's a canny one. Knows his way round every crag and crevice of these islands. So if it's fortune and adventure you seek, then Captain Edward Kenway's your man. Only, don't meddle in his private affairs. For there's more mystery to that man than even I dare ask.
Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Black Flag to continue Phase 6 story focus for the 10th anniversary. Hey there, Brutus. Welcome, how's things going? And I just remembered that I was going to do some grinding off stream with this game, but I've had so many games and so many things to do that I forgot. So I'm going to have to do it just on stream. I wanted to get all the messages in the bottle that I could before I do the next main story mission. At least all the ones that I can. Damn it. Oh, that's excellent, Brutus. I'm glad that you're going great and that you're on vacation. That's awesome. As for me, I'm doing really good. Did a stream of Odyssey to do more for that torch challenge. Ended up having to do grinding the whole stream though. Hey there, Sailcat. Thank you so very much for the 22 months in a row. Thank you very, very much. That's excellent. Thank you, Sailcat. How's things going?
Alégrense la vista con mis cangrejos y gambas. 2,6, la pareja de dorada.
Bueno, esa forma de pensar no es adecuada para un caballero.
Cotidianas.
¡Ey! Soy mucho más limpia que
Están enfadándose cada vez más, ¿verdad que sí?
¡Estás sordo! ¡Basta!
Damn. Oh my god. Can't differentiate which ones are going to be bottles. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Los
So
negocios
there's
marchan bien.
6 secrets that we haven't gotten. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Alright, so I don't have to worry about going here. Gotten all the secrets on that island. Yeah, I've seen some Skull and Bones gameplay in bits and pieces, Salcat. That project is dead in the water. I reckon when it comes out, it's going to do poorly. There's no... if you're looking for combat on land, you're not going to get it. It's only naval combat. And when you board a ship, there's a short cutscene, and then that's it. You move on to the next thing. Looks pretty bland and boring. Hey Sadie, good morning. Things are going well. How about yourself? That's right, Salcat. Yep, only ship combat. No going on land and fighting other pirates or anything like that. You pretty much only go on land to find treasure, probably to get money to afford more upgrades for your ship or things, and then you do contracts for people maybe that are just basically destroy this other ship or something probably. I mean, if you're only looking for a ship combat game, then it's probably going to be great. But if you're looking for Black Flag except no assassin stuff and just pirates, it's not going to be that. Which is what it probably would have been in the early days of development before they changed their minds on it. So you're not too bad, thanks. You got a 3-hour gap to kill before you have to leave for work. Not long left until Christmas now, though. You also managed to get the new job. Oh, congratulations on that, Sadie. That's excellent. That would have been really good to find that out. That's awesome that you got it. And you're not wrong about how long it is till Christmas. Definitely not too long. There's 5 secrets. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the 5th one? Unless the fifth one is a actual bottle. Salcat could have been fine if there was at least boarding and sword fighting. Yeah, pretty much. When you attack an enemy ship and you destroy it enough to be able to board it, you press whatever button to board it. There's a short cutscene of cannons being fired, and then it tells you what you got, and then it goes back to gameplay. So yeah. In some, like, if they were going to just do a ship combat game, then they shouldn't have any going on land. It should purely be a real-time strategy pirate ship game, you know. But instead of it being like a top-down perspective, have it be that you can, you know, you can do like third-person or first-person and stuff. Sadie, thank you. Found that out on Wednesday and handed in your notice on Thursday. Oh, nice. That timing went well then. That worked out good. I don't really know how hard it is to do a pirate game. They literally had the template with this game. Literally. Like, imagine if Ubisoft was running a race and Black Flag represented the distance they had already covered. They were basically at the finish line, and all they had to do was take one step across. But they decided to go back to the start of the race again and try the race again, but this time around coming last. And all the other games that have come out since the first time they announced a release date for Skull and Bones have already made it to the finish line, and the race is over and has been for quite a few years now. And then they're like, we're almost nearing the finish line, Skull and Bones. We were literally one step away from winning the race with what we had with Black Flag, the template for a pirate game that we could have jumped off from, but we decided to restart the race. Except in this analogy, they've restarted the race multiple times, not just once. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there was 5 secrets, and they're all just the manuscript pages, which I don't need. However, I do need messages in a bottle, and there's a letter right there. So let's go for that.
That means it owes another...
I need to change that message. Not playing Odyssey at the moment.
Captain has the helm. Who's up? Ease us! Ease off the wind!
Salcat is like with the space race. Russia is still drawing rockets on a blackboard, and Ubisoft, being the USA, has already finished building a rocket. The only thing they needed to do was find some astronauts, but last minute they decided to send some trained monkeys up there, and the entire thing blows up on liftoff. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Ease off the wind!
and this is the other thing too, like, because it's mainly a naval combat game, Skull and Bones, the fact that they've, in the trailers, also shown your character walking on land and interacting with people, that, for some, implies that there is some kind of exploration that you can do. Now, you probably can do some kind of exploration, but not in the sense of you're going around and you find a dead body and there's like a letter on that dead body and they talk about a treasure that they found and that they had a few clues, but the only clues they had weren't enough for them to find it. So you would then take on and find the treasure yourself. But as you actually go and look for the treasure, you might come across other people who are looking for the treasure, which might spin off into a series of side quests.
Get them aloft! Douse all sail!
Ahoy aloft! Bring it all in!
Hands to sea!
Selkat, they had the perfect blueprint with Black Flag. They only needed to take out the assassin stuff, but they removed everything fun from that game. That's another way to put it. Yeah. Gosh, this is ridiculous.
Seems you could use a little help disappearing, friend.
Alright, so the treasure map is all that would be on that one. I think Skull and Bones, it's gonna be one of those games that will either be popular enough and successful enough that people who are fans of just, doing naval stuff will be satisfied, or there'll be more people who are expecting an action-adventure pirate exploration game with ship combat as well, who will be very disappointed. Salcat, they announced Streets of Rage 5, but it's going to be in 3D. The game is going to fail hard. Yeah, I mean, trying to put that kind of game into 3D is very, very tricky. I never actually checked that out, to be honest, when they made all those announcements about the games that they were doing. I didn't actually have a look. I should have a look. Uh-huh, there's a bottle. Actually, I still need to play Streets of Rage 4, because that game looked really, really fun. I should replay the other 3 as well. In the past, I have streamed the first 2. So, okay, Streets of Rage 4 was a huge success because they listened to fans. Now they're leaving it all behind and going 3D. It's insane. Yeah, because there's just some franchises that work best in 2D. And when they try to make the 3D transition, it doesn't always end well.
Unfold!
Larboard, Captain. Looks like booty.
Fire! Fire! Hardy, sir! On your mark, Captain!
There's a good shot could cripple her.
Ready to fire, sir!
She's vulnerable there, Captain. Reloading.
Fire!
Left, Captain. Well-placed shot there. All exposed. Take the shot, sir.
Keep your distance and use more.
Clues down! Catch some wind!
Colours are English. They're all alone, sir.
Haul in the stunsail!
Come on, you slugs. Man those sheets.
Fire! Fire! Ready to fire!
We're ready, sir.
Quick as we can, sir! Fire! Fire! Ready to fire, sir!
You will found to the ship, can we?
Fire! Set the mains free! Fire!
Get to your stairs. Let's catch the wind.
Taking damage here! Get their back square! Fire! Hit him there, sir! That'll wipe him out! Fire! Give me some speed! Shorten sail! Get off the squall! Behind you!
Hold down and clue up. Furl those mains.
Stop that man! How long can you keep this up? You die! You can't escape us! Intruder! I need some help here! Hold! I've got a shot! Press him hard!
Thank you so much, Sadie, for leaving the lurk. And thanks for popping in for a bit. And I hope things go well. Hope you have a good day. Cellcat, they should make a trailer showing gameplay from Black Flag and then have a voice say, "See how fun this is? Well, Skull and Bones, there's nothing like this. Now go get your pre-order." Yeah. Yeah, that should be what they actually do with a trailer. Show what could have been.
Missiles and gallons!
There's just so many cool things that they could have done. Like they could have had a storyline
Royals and tops!
that
Bring it all,
involved
Sil. Come and tight.
looking into ghost sightings and stuff like that. You know, add a bit of supernatural stuff to it. Some of the weapons that they've got seem to be like automatic missiles or something. It's like imagine a what do you call it? A Gatling gun, except it's shooting mortars. I don't know if they had that technology back then. Selkat, ghost ships have always been a part of the seafaring life. Yeah. There's great potential to have that element in a pirate game as well. The Flying Dutchman, that's true. Tensuri, thank you so much for the follow.
To sea!
It would have been also cool for, you know, players who want to have a multiplayer for it, to have this concept where you could create like pirate gangs if you wanted and go around the place as a group, you know, doing things. Like you can play with your friends, but they are on their own ships. You can't have them on your ship or something. And that's the other thing. It would have been cool to be able to switch roles on the ship.
loose and cat. The gallants and royals.
It's interesting though, in all the time it's taken for them to finish and release Skull and Bones, I'm surprised that there haven't been like a whole shitload of other developers and studios coming out with their own pirate games before. You know, I know there's Sea of Thieves obviously, and there's probably been some other things. I think there's a game I saw which was Under the Jolly Roger or something. But you would have thought that someone would have been like, hey, if Ubisoft's going to take 10 years to do a pirate game, that's like an exploration, open world, story-driven thing, how about we do it?
In all tops. Fire! Almost ready. Loose mainsails. Fire! Ready to spit, sir.
Quite the squall
Reef
picking
the
up, Captain.
topsails and gallants.
Fire! She's vulnerable there, Captain.
Right!
Fire!
Got us
that time.
Beast will thunder us.
Fire!
Working on it.
Fire!
Awaiting orders.
Fire!
Left, Captain. Well placed shot down.
Fire! Fire!
Vessel exposed. Take the shots up.
Fire!
That's up. We can board and take her.
Fire! Down to the drink! Get the mainsails into the wind! Douse the royals and tops!
Hail aloft and reef. Reef, I say.
Hey there, Lizzie. Sea of Thieves is pretty good. Pity you haven't been able to play it yet, but you have seen some gameplay. Yeah, they've had that game out for a while now, I think, too, and they've kept updating it and stuff like that.
Un poco imprudente.
People were hoping that Skull and Bones was going to be like that, maybe, but with more realistic-looking graphics.
Clue!
Loose tops.
Ease off the wind!
Stunsails. Let's ride
Shorten
this
sail! Get off the squall! Give me some speed!
Wholehearted! Crowd on all the sail!
Trim the yards off the wind!
Furl! Furl all sail! Do you hear the news?
Unfurl mains, let's move!
We ride the wind for all
Haul in the stunsails! Clew up! Clew up!
Unfurl
Let out
all.
some sail!
Sheet.
Tops! Douse all but mains!
Hold down and clew up! Furl those mains!
Captain's got to sea!
And you just realised I got to fast travel to that. Holy fuck.
Captain swimming!
Hey there, Anasune. You're playing Unity, and having unlimited smoke bombs is actually pretty strong. Strong for Unity, at least. Unlimited smoke bombs. And that would come in handy. Especially if you just spam throw them wherever you go. So, okay, you've been playing Hogwarts Legacy. That's a solid game. Played for hours and only saw one glitch. Unity is still your favorite AC. Well, that's good that you only came across one glitch. Hopefully it wasn't like a very annoying one. But that game looked quite fun when I saw Crooked play it. And that game will be celebrating its 10th anniversary next year. AC Unity. It's hard to believe. Another Assassin's Creed game that came out 10 years before. Understand Unlimited only in combat though. Oh, I see, just in combat, yeah. Yes, smoke bombs can come in handy in that game, especially if you are behind a corner in cover and there's enemies running at you. Because then you can spam the corner cover assassinate, and dropping a smoke bomb will definitely help in that as well. Especially when there's more than a few enemies coming at you. Okay, looks like we've got to go back this way and then climb up. Here we go. Oh, come off it. Just, there we go. Selcat, a bit of text was stuck on the screen about how to equip a spell. Oh, one of those kinds of glitches. I mean, they can be annoying too, especially where the message is actually placed on the screen. In Assassin's Creed Unity, that can get annoying sometimes when there's something on the screen that you want to read, but another pop-up appears over the top of it. And it's not a simple case of just going into the HUD options and turning that off, because it's most likely considered the same kind of message by the game. And so if you take it off, it'll take not only just the message that popped up over the other one, but also the other message off the screen as well. Honestly, that's a glitch you found quite some time ago. Yeah, it's definitely something that's come in handy. Plus it's funny, just spamming it near enemies as they come around the corner one by one.
defend the side! Fire! Forward side!
Enemy making for us!
We're ready, sir! Fire!
Look, Captain, the whole place shot down!
Fire!
They're so exposed!
Sir.
Take the shot, sir!
Fire!
There's, sir! Good shot could cripple her! Ready to bomb, sir!
Fire!
They're so exposed, taking a hit,
Fire!
Captain!
Fire!
Work as he's vulnerable there, Captain!
Fire! Incoming fire! Down to the drink! Here it comes! Steady, lads! Fire! They are firing, sir! Fire! Fire!
There's, sir! Good shot could cripple her! Going fast as we can, she's vulnerable there, Captain!
Fire! Fire! One cannon less, Captain! Fire! Fire!
They're so exposed! Take the shot, sir!
Ready to fire!
She's vulnerable there, Captain!
Fire! They're targeting us! Fire! We're ready, sir!
Look, Captain, the whole place shot down!
Fire!
Going fast as we can, sir! Ready to fire, sir! There, sir! Good shot to cripple her!
Fire!
They're so exposed! Take the shot, sir! Look, Captain, the whole place shot down!
Fire! Fire!
Almost ready, sir! There, sir! Good shot could cripple her!
Fire! Fire!
Damn! Are you mad, Captain?
Douse the gallants and royals! Fire!
We've been touched!
Time to take over
No! No!
Awaiting orders! As much... Clues up! Eat her sticks!
Hello there, Pacenta. Welcome on in. How's things going?
Hands to sea! Now, let's finish the hunt. Let's round it. Ah! Get a hold of that man! I think I can hit him! You run like a duck! You won't lose us, they're already dead! Got you lined up, Doug!
Great time to get stuck on the environment. I thought I could quickly make Edward do a side eject grab and then climb up a bit.
Quicker! Oh my
God.
Got a clear shot on the little shite. Ha! You won't take us that way.
He's mine. I've a clear shot.
I've got a shot! After him!
I've got him dead to rights.
Watch out! Quick! He's right there!
I'm begging,
What's in this sights?
Not for this playthrough, Percenter, but I did for one of the phases.
Oi, Kenway. Need to disappear?
How can I help you today?
Thanks for the follow, good one, Soul9.
Sweet winds of profit. Follow your endeavors.
Loose the mains! Half sails!
Percenter, you were shocked at how tough they were. You were nuking the largest enemy ships with ease with a fully upgraded Jackdaw, but every legendary ship really kicked your ass until you learned their pattern. Yeah, there can be some very tricky legendary ships. The one that I hate the most is the one that has a very powerful ram, and it can also do U-turns and 180-degree turns really, really quick. It's just crazy how fast it is.
Shorten sail! Get off the squall!
Studs up with a will! Captain has the helm.
Loose and trim too! Crowd on every inch of sail!
Hey there, Zereth. Sees the boat turn quick. You run that fast. Sine went away from keyboard while you're doing a heist in Unity. Another thing you think is useful is about smoke bombs is if you time it right, you can drop one and air assassinate and have the bomb go off on the ground as you fall. Oh yeah, yeah, that can come in handy as well. Especially too if there's also multiple targets on the ground that you want to take care of.
Brief in all tops!
Last those sheets tight! Hurry!
Because if you're confident in knowing that the smoke bomb's going to land where you aim it, there's no point waiting for it to land so you can confirm it's going to hit the spot before. Unless it's, you know, obviously you're throwing the smoke bomb at a wall and not down at the ground. You want to make sure that you're able to notice that. Zereth, how do chefs cook bombs? They smoke them.
Give me some...
Yeah.
Those all but mains! Fire!
She's vulnerable there, Captain.
Fire!
Working on...
Fire!
Cannon ready!
Look, Captain, the whole place shot down!
Fire! Ready to fire,
They're
sir!
all exposed! Take the shots up!
Fire!
There, Sug!
She's foundering! The dark skies and rough seas there!
Studs out! Let's get moving!
Come on, you slugs! Man those
Haul
sheets!
in the stun stills!
Clue up the fore! Quit your soggering!
Zereth, you find restricted area boats funny, like an enemy to the side, but the people must be like, nah, we only attack ships in front of us. That's it. Any ships that are on the side of us, nah. Don't want to deal with that.
Larboard cabin! Some wrecked cargo. The royals and tops! Ease off the wind!
Hold down and crew up! Furl those men!
A wee old fellow.
Amazing.
Want to be left in peace, my friend?
Truly, what's he got in his snuff box? I must be tired.
Care to lose all the unwanted attention?
Living besotted. Too much good.
Get the main sail! Get haul down and douse the gallants and roar! Douse all sail!
Hold up!
Douse all but main! Close!
Stepan 44Z, thank you so much for the follow.
Close up! Eat her sticks!
You been smoking again? You'll blow us all skyward, you daft bugger.
Take aim! Can't be sundered!
I'd rather die for silver. It makes for a grander funeral.
Steady with that one, Jones.
Now that's booty. You been smoking again? Blow us all skyward, you daft bugger.
Keep your breeches on, Gravesy. I know my way around gunpowder.
The way Edward ran there for a second. I don't know how I made him do that. It looked like he was levitating for a second and stuck in midair while running on the spot before moving forward.
Unfurl main!
sir!
Fire!
Dave, look, Captain, a well-placed shot there!
Fire!
On your mark, Captain! They're all exposed! Take the
Fire!
shots up!
Fire!
There's a good shot to cripple
Fire!
her!
Fire! Keep the yards off the wind!
She's foundering!
As much sail as you can! All in the stunsail! Give me some speed! Full all! Loose and trim too! Reef in all tops! Tops! Gallants! Royals! Studs!
Half sail! Stunsails in!
And
Blew up.
yeah, Percenter. Good shot, sir. One of the voices on the ship is played by actor Sean Pertwee.
Tighten the noose, lads!
Halt! Apprehend that man! We'll not let you get away! Attack in concert! You're in my sights, sweetheart!
I've got a shot!
Don't lose sight of him! I've got a dead line on him!
I can get him from here! You won't...
He could be playing the mouse here.
Two times! You can't escape us! I can get him from here! There! On him! Trying to get him in my sights! Let out some sail! Ease off the wind! Haul in all sail! Trim us up!
Hello, Ishimura. How's things going?
Fire! Weakest right there, Commander!
Mind the head, sir! You will break us apart!
Fire! Ready to fire, sir!
Fire!
Ready to
Fire,
Look, Captain!
sir!
Put a shot right through there! Fire! Reload! Take a shot! Right there, sir! Fire!
She's foundering!
More sail! The royals and tops!
Ishimura, you're kind of tired and just want to go to sleep, but dropping by to say, hope you have a good Christmas. Well, thank you so much, Ishimura, for dropping in. Thank you. I hope you have a great one as well. Hope you enjoy yourself. Hope that the day doesn't go too quickly, so you can enjoy it. And thank you so much for the support that you've given and things like that too, as well. Can't believe another year is almost finished.
¡Listo para abrir fuego!
Ishimura, no problem. Glad to jump in the stream when you can. Good night. You have a good one, Ishimura. And that's definitely no worries at all. Whether it's a short stay or a long stay, or if it's been a short time or a long time since you were in last, it's muchly appreciated. I hope you have a great rest. Merry Christmas, and catch you another time.
Por favor, soy un hombre inocente y amable.
Captain's helm!
If Skull and Bones actually releases, I should just do a playthrough of this game to celebrate Skull and Bones' release, and then never play it. Just play this game instead. Because at least in this game you'll be able to go on to land with your swords and fight, and your pistols. At least when you board a ship, you'll actually be able to control the character jumping across, killing enemies, taking over the ship. Whereas in Skull and Bones, you just sit back and watch that happen automatically in a cutscene once you destroy the ship enough, and then press a button for the board to happen.
Shorten sail! Get off the squall! Get them aloft! Douse all sail! Clews down! Catch some wind!
Crowd on all the sail we have!
Haul in the stunsails! Loose! Ease off the wind!
Gallants,
Get the mainsails into the wind! Fire!
We're headed straight for
Douse the gallants and royals!
Full! Full all sail! Do you hear the news?
Come to sea!
Eso sería alterar el orden público.
¡Qué disparate!
¡Alto!
¡Mierda, alarma! ¡Tú, vuelve aquí ya! ¡Cobarde! ¡Vuelve aquí! ¡Está por allí, Tiro! Ahora estás acabado. Un extraño. ¡Dad la alarma! ¡Va! ¡Ríndete! ¡No puedes escapar!
Alright, so we've got 15 out of the 20 letters that there are, which are letters by another sage about their life.
Mains... Reef in, all tops! Loose mainsail! All sail! She'll take it! Mains out, let's go!
Bring it all in!
Reef the topsails! There he is! Clues up! Eat her sticks!
Further mains! Reef those gallants! Captain's overboard!
Get the main!
Loose all! Hearty like!
There she blows! A hump like a snow hill!
Larboard! Loot floating by here, Captain.
Trim the yards off the wind!
Leave me alone, sir!
Fire!
Deal with more than one!
Yes, sir! Good shots of
To the
crippler!
planks!
Haul in the stunsail! Fire!
Weakest right there, Cabot! Taking damage here!
Fire!
Almost ready! Awaiting
Fire!
orders!
Raise!
Fire! Out of the water!
Yes, sir! Good shot of crippler!
Batten yourselves! Fire!
It's all exposed! Take the shots, sir!
Fire! Fire!
Look, Captain, well placed shot there!
Dose for gallants and
mad,
royals!
Captain?
Get her back!
Zereth, when the captain goes in the water, does the crew have an overboard reaction? I imagine every time that he leaves the ship, they have a sinking feeling. So if that's when the ship is damaged too much, and it could be plundered. I just thought about the pirate horror movie, The Fog. They did two of them. There was an original one, and then there was a remake. The remake had Tom Welling in it, but the original is the only one that I've seen. I think this era, pirate era, and horror goes together pretty well. Supernatural stuff as well.
We're sailing shorten sail! Get off the squall!
Crew up tops! Douse those men!
Hands in the water!
I think a cool idea for a game would be a game where you're a time traveler and you go back into different time periods to investigate certain places that you know in your own time period are considered to be the place where someone had died, and being able to go back in time and actually visit the location and see if it was true, and then go back to present time and actually solve what had happened. Alright, one more left to get, and I think that might be where we have to go to in the next main story mission, which is over this way, the observatory. At least I think so. Yeah, a secret incomprehensible. Okay, so I was going to do that off stream during the week, but had a lot of other things to deal with and other games to get working and all that kind of stuff. So now that that is done, there's only one more left, and the timing is good because it's located in the next part where the main story takes place. So what I want to do is first get as close as possible to the start of it, which is here, and I'll do a bit of a recap what happened in the previous sequence and what's happened in the previous memories, because the current sequence that we're actually up to I didn't finish in the last stream, and I wanted to have the freedom to go around and collect all the letters with the letters in the bottle related to the sage that wrote those letters, and so I'll just recap all that kind of stuff. Last sequence recap, sequence 9, Muddied Waters, in which Mary Read further reproved our hero for seeking the observatory for reasons selfish in nature, whereupon Edward sailed for Kingston in pursuit of a rumour that the sage might be docked there, and whereupon he discovered that the Templars Torres, Rogers, and Hornigold had learned of the sage's departure from Kingston to the African island of Principe, after which Edward made a hasty departure east, offending much of his crew who preferred simple piracies to treasure hunts, and arriving thus, landed upon Principe to make the acquaintance of the sage, a man now turned pirate and calling himself Captain Bartholomew Roberts, whereupon Edward Kenway killed 2 Templars sent to capture the sage, the men Burgess and Cockerham, thus earning Roberts' full trust. And we're in sequence 10. The first memory was Black Bart's Gambit. Searching for an important but unspecified treasure, Bartholomew Roberts compels Edward to sail among a massive fleet of Portuguese ships and steal one. Memory 2 was Murder and Mayhem. Edward is forced to track down and attempt to kill his old friend, Benjamin Hornigold, to prevent him from finding the observatory. And the memory that we're currently up to now in sequence 10 is the observatory. Edward and Bartholomew Roberts fight their way through treacherous jungles to reach the entrance of the observatory. And while I think about it, just want to have a look at the database entries and cover any character ones that might have popped up. I'll just select these ones to get the exclamation marks off them. Alright, so let's see what has been updated. Let's go to my document where I'm keeping track of what ones I've already read and where I read up to, just in case they get updated with new information. Okay, so Benjamin Hornigold, had read him before. Alright, so I read up to agreed, Jay, his lack of facial hair was a comment by a Abstergo employee. Here we go, yeah. That's where I read up to last time. Now we have new information. Hornigold continued pirating throughout 1717 and 1718, always with a mind on improving the situation in Nassau. But when rumours began circulating that King George I of Britain had issued a full pardon to any pirates willing to cease all illegal activity and retire, Hornigold took stock of his stagnant situation and considered it seriously. This angered his closest associates, Charles Vane most notably, who considered the pardon to be a cowardly surrender. Then came the day of reckoning. In 1718, Captain Woodes Rogers arrived in Nassau with a fleet of 7 tall ships and declared himself the king's appointee as governor. With a mandate to rid the Bahamas of all pirates, Rogers was not a man to be trifled with. Hornigold, who had grown quite sick of defending a republic few were willing to back, surrendered to the governor and took the pardon. In the year following, Benjamin Hornigold grew to admire Captain Rogers and worked as a privateer for the governor as often as he could, ultimately raising his reputation far above what it had been as a mere pirate. But when his activities brought him back into the sphere of his old friend, the pirate Edward Kenway, his seemingly good fortunes came to an end. Benjamin Hornigold died under mysterious circumstances in the summer of 1919, somewhere in the western seas of the West Indies. But in the Assassin's Creed universe, he was assassinated by Edward Kenway. Alright, so we have read that, and that is his database entry complete. Now with that done, time to jump back into the story.
Captain's at the
Get the
helm.
mainsails into the wind! Who's up? Ease her sticks!
Bring it all sail, gammon tight!
Loose and trim too!
Is that pirate hunter dead?
Aye, by my own hand. Why is it you alone can find what so many want?
I was born with memories of this place. Memories of another time entirely, I think. Like another life I've already led.
Curse you.
Damn it, my timing was off. I was hoping to time it to pause it after he had actually spoken and before Edward responded. So when he says this to Edward, Edward is disbelieving about this kind of stuff. And Bartholomew Roberts is telling the truth. He's actually got memories of a life before. In fact, he is actually the Isu Aita, who has been reborn multiple times throughout the centuries inside human hosts. And when the new sage actually is born, eventually they start to remember their life as Aita. It starts to overlap with their own memories that they actually have of their own upbringing and things like that. Those letters that I've been collecting, they're actually a sage's journal where they go over their own life and when they were born and when they realized that they actually were someone else reborn. So essentially it's reincarnation that has been happening. And so Bartholomew Roberts has all these memories of when he was Aita. And that sort of thing in Edward's mind is completely, unbelievable, which is why he's reacting the way that he's actually reacting. But he will come to actually realize that he's telling the truth, because what he's going to see in the observatory is going to blow his mind, because it's a piece of technology that he has no concept of. But Bartholomew Roberts does, because he remembers his time as Aita, so he remembers all this technology and things like that. And you got to remember too that Edward hasn't come into contact with like an Apple of Eden or anything like that before. So when Roberts tells him this, he just can't believe what he's actually been told and thinks that he's just making it up and that it's a load of rubbish. But it's not, of course.
For a lurch, man, and speak some sense.
Let's reload that so I can have the cutscene start without the flow interrupted.
Is that pirate hunter dead?
Aye, by my own hand. Why is it you alone can find what so many want?
I was born with memories of this place. Memories of another time entirely, I think. Like another life I've already led.
Curse you for a lurch, man, and speak some sense.
Not today. After you, Captain. The path ahead is dangerous.
Now, of course, Adewale is definitely not impressed at all. And things are going to transpire where, in order to make sure that the jackdaw is still intact, Adewale will actually leave Edward there. Which, on one hand, people might be like, some friend, just leave him in the lurch there. But ultimately, it ends up being for the best. Ultimately, in terms of like Edward's side of things, but I definitely don't fault Adewale in wanting to not stick around and try and stop Bartholomew Robertson and that kind of stuff. Symbolically, Edward is at the point where he has pushed things too far towards this direction, and Adewale and the rest of the crew are, kind of like fed up with his pursuit of these sorts of things. But I don't think there's any ill will in terms of like Adewale's like, well, fuck you, Edward. You've got us into the situation. I hope you die or anything like that. It's just that the way that things end up going, he leaves with the jackdaw, and Edward gets captured because Bartholomew Roberts is going to betray him towards the end of this mission. So Adewale walking off there, he doesn't look impressed at all, which is understandable. But he will come back into Edward's life later on. So Edward is now on this island, and it's where the observatory is located, and you go through this area. I'm going to be holding back and waiting for any dialogue that might happen instead of going forward. So I'll be doing that as we go through this current memory.
The men native to this land will put up a fight, Edward. Are you willing to push back if necessary, huh? To kill if needed?
You'll hear from me soon.
So Adewale is still here. He hasn't actually left yet. But things are definitely going to go awry. Just want to synchronize his viewpoints so I can see where the message in the bottle is. The ones who are native to this island, Long Bay, they have had many intruders, and so to act as a warning to potential others who are trying to get to the island, they have these pirates hanging. What the hell? The game won't let me assassinate this character. they're glitched.
This way.
Alright, so they've teleported. I don't know where they teleported to. Yeah, there they are.
Учтeć!
Alright, looks like this part's glitched. Yeah, I'm gonna reload checkpoint.
This land will put up a fight, Edward. Are you willing to push back if necessary, huh? To kill if needed?
Follow my lead.
Hey there, Afro. Look at that fool trying to sneak by. Yeah. Alright, final message in a bottle. Not going to read these yet though, but I will be. Got all 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. After we had no idea that you have a flintlock aimed at his head, and if he so much as sneezes, it could also be their brains being blown out. Let's see where Bartholomew Roberts and his cronies are.
Are we close, goddammit?
Somewhat. The path winds further still, beset by more unruly men. Go.
Oh, that's good that there's some more dialogue. I've been checking back every so often to see if there is.
Kuchted! Usutukil! Akimil!
On me.
Hello, Grace. Morning to you. Welcome on in. Do you think Edward actually did this in his life, in this memory? Do you think he actually just ran up to these dudes, Bartholomew Roberts, just pushed them out of the way and they were completely fine with it? Didn't make any comments or anything? It is indeed a morning, is it? Morning on a weekend. You've got a meeting in 2 hours, do you? Ah. Well, I hope the meeting goes well, or as well as it can. It's good you got a couple of hours before you need to go there for it. Nice non-reactions there from them. It's an intro session for your new German class, but you're real salty about the fact you couldn't get it scheduled for yesterday. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that can be annoying when you can't get things to be on a day, or even if it's the day you want, but not at a convenient time. And 8:30 AM today was the only time you could schedule it until like the 27th. People in their stupid holidays. Oh yeah. Yeah, because it's not just the one day. It can be the multiple days as well.
Gutstead, usut to kill, Akimil!
Is this the observatory? All this?
Aye. An almost sacred place. All it needs is a drop of my blood.
This is why the Templars want the Sage's blood, because they want to get access to the observatory, because only his blood can grant it. And when we go inside the observatory, on the way through, there'll be all these glass vials that line up the walls, and Abstergo, in the present time, want to try and find where those have actually been taken to, because by the time Edward returns to the observatory later in the story after this point, all of those glass vials are actually gone. So I don't know what actually happened to them, but the assassins in this time period want to actually try and find them all as well. The glass vial that Duncan Walpole was sending to the Templars is the one in which they've put the Sage's blood inside of it. And when they put that into the observatory device, they can actually see literally through the eyes of the person whose blood is in the vial, and can also hear what they hear as well. And so Bartholomew Roberts, with his blood inside a glass vial, if they were to put it in the observatory, they'd be able to see where he is and who he's talking to and what he's looking at, but also hear sounds around him, people he's talking to, and things like that as well. And so we're about to see those walls lined with the glass vials with all the blood. And the thing is about the blood, all of those are actually dead. So in Edward's time period, those glass vials are useless. However, in present time, because of the Animus, and how the Animus can read blood, saliva, you name it, whatever has DNA in it of a human, it means that Abstergo still wants to find those glass vials, because they could put the blood that's in them into an Animus and then experience, memories of whatever Isu had their blood inside those glass vials as well. But Bartholomew Roberts, in his time period and Edward's time period, is going to mention to Edward that these glass vials are not worth a single real to anyone anymore. As in, there's no more importance in actually having them.
And the door opens after almost 80,000 years.
Jesus, Roberts! Have you gone mad?
Quite the contrary, Edward. These wags would have gone mad at seeing what lies beyond this gate. But you... I suspect you're made of sterner stuff.
Earlier, there's a memory where you're on the ship and you're with Bartholomew Roberts, and Adewale is also there, and there's a prompt that appears on the screen for you to look over at a shipwreck. If you don't press the button to look over at the shipwreck, there's some dialogue that you won't actually get. If you do press the prompt when it appears on the screen, the dialogue that you will get is basically talking about how many people have probably sailed through that section and ended up just like that shipwreck. And Edward says to Adewale, we're made of sterner stuff. And so what Bartholomew Roberts is saying here, if you've triggered that dialogue earlier, because Bartholomew Roberts hears Edward say that, he's kind of throwing it back at Edward now in kind of like a bit of a mocking way by saying, but I suspect you're made of sterner stuff for experiencing what we're just seeing here. So that's something that, if you don't trigger that dialogue in that memory, you might not make the connection between Bartholomew Roberts hearing Edward say to Adewale that we're made of sterner stuff, and then him in this moment mocking Edward by repeating that dialogue back to him as well. That's what I love about games where you can trigger dialogue, because sometimes the dialogue that you trigger ends up creating a connection or a context, or whatever the case may be, or a meaning that you might not get if you don't get that dialogue in the first instance. So I made a point to make note of that in the stream in which that part of the story happened, and now I'm reiterating and connecting back and referencing back to that moment as well. So I really like that little bit there, that if you interact with the ship earlier and you get that dialogue about the sterner stuff, that Bartholomew Roberts repeats it here to Edward.
Now, pick up that chest and carry it hither. Dirty and decrepit. Not quite as I remember, but it has been over 80 millennia.
Rot. That's impossible.
Step as if on thin ice, Captain. I must say I'm quite taken by this new vocation of mine, and it may amuse you to know that I have authored my own articles of conduct.
A creed of your own, eh?
To keep the peace, yes. I forbid all gambling upon the deck, for instance, for it leads to more conflict than camaraderie. Desertion during battle is forbidden, and I require that all men keep their pieces and cutlasses clean and fit for service at all times.
Sensible.
And punishable by death if disobeyed.
Look at this place.
Damn it, for some reason that dialogue glitched. There's supposed to be a response that Edward says to what Bartholomew Roberts says just there.
Dirty and decrepit. Not quite as I remember, but it has been over 80 millennia.
Rot. That's impossible.
Step as if on thin ice, Captain. I must say I'm quite taken by this new vocation of mine, And it may amuse you to know that I have authored my own articles of conduct.
A creed of your own, eh?
To keep the peace, yes. I forbid all gambling upon the deck, for instance, for it leads to more conflict than camaraderie. Desertion during battle is forbidden. And I require that all men keep their pieces and cutlasses clean and fit for service at all times.
Sensible.
And punishable by death if disobeyed.
That's a step further than I'd go.
There we go. That response didn't trigger before. So Edward is once again not believing what Bartholomew Roberts is telling him. First he didn't believe when he said that he has memories of another life entirely, and now he doesn't believe Bartholomew Roberts when he says that the place that they're currently visiting is over 80,000 years old. And then in that conversation that he has about the rules that he has aboard his ship, and how there's a certain point in what he says to Edward where Edward agrees that that's a very sensible way of doing it. However, Bartholomew Roberts goes a step further and says that people on his ship who don't adhere to these rules, it can be punishable by death. And then Edward is like, that's further than I would go. And basically, there's a line that Edward is not going to cross. And no matter what he's done up until this point, and he has already crossed lines in doing the things that he's done, but there's still a line that he won't cross, which is to punish his crew by killing them if they disobey. That's another point of difference between the two characters. And Edward has been doing so much stuff in the story for his own gain at the expense of his wife and her well-being, at the expense of his friends, at the expense of his crew, and at the expense of Adewale and all that. He's done all these things, going after the observatory like he has, having that sort of like mindset of, I need to do what I can to get as much money as possible. Doesn't matter what I do. But within that, there's also lines that he won't cross as well. And so here we have this conversation, and we see another line that Edward has drawn that he won't cross, which is he's not going to punish his crew by killing them if they disobey or do something against his wishes or whatnot. So he would be a more fair captain, depending on what it was. You know, he'd be more fair in his judgments and what punishments he would actually do. Whereas Bartholomew Roberts is very, very extreme. And it's this extreme nature that he has, which is tied to being an Isu and him looking down, like Juno does, and some other Isu, looking down on humans and thinking of humans as just their slaves and expendable. And so that's something that has come through in Bartholomew Roberts himself, where he believes that the people who are on his crew, because he's the captain, because he's above them in rank, but also he's above them in the sense that their lives are expendable to him, because he's willing to kill them if they don't have their guns clean, willing to kill them if they don't have their cutlasses shined and ready to go, you know, at all times, and that kind of stuff, and some other rules and all that kind of thing. So he's taking things to an extreme, kind of like a bit of a dictatorship. Whereas earlier we see that Edward is sort of like putting it to the crew and saying, should we do this or should we do that? You know, let me know, vote, what should we do? But there is a certain point where Edward has not done that, and he's just been like, right, I'm the captain, I want to go for the observatory, this is what we're doing. Doesn't matter if the rest of the crew are getting sort of like a bit fed up with it all and that kind of stuff. That's the pursuit that he's actually going for. And part of Edward's journey is making these mistakes and, unfortunately, learning from them too late, but still learning from them nonetheless and wanting to change things moving forward. We also see the glass vials that are actually on the walls here that I was talking about earlier, and there will be a comment that Bartholomew Roberts makes about those and mentions that they belong to a race, a beautiful race of beings, and that they're useless now to people. They're not useless. They're not useful for anything. Even selling them is kind of not useful. And as I said before, the Templars can't do anything with the blood of dead beings. If you're dead, even if your blood's in a vial, they can't see through your eyes, because they're seeing in present time what you're seeing and what you're hearing. And if you're dead, then you're not seeing anything and you're not hearing anything. So these things are useless in that sense. However, the Templars of this time period, it would still do them a service to actually get the glass vials, which I think they end up doing. And so they could then use that in the future. And in present day, they're wanting to use the glass vials on the public as well and get everyone's blood around the world so that they can then put their blood into an observatory-like device and actually be able to see through their eyes and hear what they're hearing and all that kind of stuff. So there's all these things that tie together that also interweave with each other in the past and also in the present time.
Look at this place.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Aye. It's like something out of a fairy tale, or one of them old poems.
There were many stories about this place once. Tales that turned into rumors and again into legend. The inevitable process of facts becoming fictions before fading away entirely.
What's interesting about what he says here is, because there was the major catastrophe which happened over 80,000 years before Edward's time period, how there was a major catastrophe that almost wiped out every single Isu on the planet, but also almost wiped out every human. However, the numbers of Isu versus humans was such that there were way more humans that had survived than Isu had survived. And as time went on, all the technology that the Isu had, which was really advanced, that we look at and we think of as technology, was once looked at as being magic. And so, after all this time, the pieces of technology that the Isu have actually had, some of which have been discovered by the Templars, some of which have been discovered by the Assassins, and all that kind of stuff. There's so many myths and legends that have been made about these kinds of places that Edward is currently in, and so much time has passed. And if you think about it, if we were to face a massive catastrophe that almost wiped every single human out on the planet, and also destroyed the majority of our technology, and caused it to become hidden, over time, potentially, things that we have now, like the internet, could become myths and legends as time went on. And that's the thing to remember about the Assassin's Creed series, is that the Isu existed in the past, not in the future. They're not people from the future who are sending messages back to the past. They're people from the past sending messages to the future. And because of what happened with the catastrophe, a lot of their technology was either destroyed or it was hidden, and the planet and the plates had shifted, and land masses had changed, volcanoes had erupted, and floods had happened. So all this turmoil had happened, and it reduced the technology that the humans had to very basic stuff, which is where you would say the Stone Age was happening, because all that technology had either been destroyed or had gone missing and has been hidden. Then the humans essentially had to start again and advance their technology as time went on. And then in present day, humanity finally gets to the level of technology that the Isu almost had. They almost get to the level of technology that the Isu had. Similar kind of things, the Isu had devices that they could put their memories into, that others could access and experience the memories of someone else. Just like the Animus in present time can translate the memories inside the DNA of a subject, and the person using the Animus can experience their memories. So there's technology that the Isu had that humanity has finally gotten and caught up to, and all that kind of stuff. So what they're saying here with all the myths and legends is that it's been so long since the Isu existed that a lot of the stuff that humans have told stories about is whatever was left over, whatever they had found, but became legends and myths and all that kind of stuff. And if you look at the newer games, how they're looking at these things through a different lens. For example, Eivor's time period in Valhalla. If you showed Eivor a laptop, they would think it was a magical device. But we would look at the laptop and we go, that's technology. It's not magic. And that's the key difference. It's perspective differences. So when Eivor is experiencing memories of Odin, they're actually seeing things through their perception. And so in their perception, they don't know what futuristic technology looks like. So their brain is essentially translating it into something more understandable to their brain, and that just so happens to be magic, mythology. So when we look at the memories of Odin, we are seeing Odin and all the other Isu, the way that Eivor's brain is interpreting how they look, what they're wearing, what they're using, but in reality, they didn't look that way. They didn't have that type of clothing. They didn't have that type of weaponry. Anything that you see that is magical is actually technology. But it's a perspective thing. It doesn't mean that it's literally magic. It's just that Eivor is interpreting that information of Odin's memory as that stuff being magic. And so everything in the Assassin's Creed series, from the Isu perspective and from present day perspective, is supposed to be technology. It's only the people of the past who look at that tech and think of it as magic. It doesn't mean it is magic. They think it's magic, but it's not magic. So this story here with the sage and all the things that have happened in the past, all the pieces of technology, to Edward's eyes, this is all like magical stuff, but it's not actually magic. Just because from his perspective it seems like it is, doesn't mean that it actually is. It's actually technology that is making the doors open. You know, we don't look at automatic doors opening and think, oh man, there's some magic at work here. We look at that and we don't even think about it because it's just a normal thing. You know, automatic doors open for you when you go through. We don't stop and think, gee, I wonder if there's some kind of like thing controlling this. Maybe there's some sensor. We just know that to be true. But if you took someone from Edward's time period and put them in front of an automatic door, they would be like, holy fuck. They'd be like, what? How the fuck? What? You know, it'd be magical to them. And that's the key difference with perspectives and all that kind of stuff. So now we're going to go further in, and there'll be more glass vials. And this is where Bartholomew Roberts will actually talk about how they're not really that useful anymore. And that Edward won't be able to get rich off of them. And that the Templars of this time period, by extension, won't be able to make use of them. But down the line, if the Templars in present day were to find these glass vials, they could put the blood into their animus and then experience the memories of whoever's blood it was.
More blood vials?
Yes. These cubes contain the blood of an old and ancient people. A wonderful race in their time.
The more you talk, man, the less I understand.
I don't expect you to. Only remember this. The blood in those files is not worth a single real to anyone anymore. It may be again one day, but not in this epoch.
I've looked it up before, but I forget what the word actually means. But if we look up the word epoch, so epoch, noun, a particular period of time in history or a person's life. For example, the Victorian epoch, referring to the Victorian era. Similar, the beginning of a period in the history of someone or something. For example, these events marked an epoch in their history. Plus, there's also a geological meaning for that word. But in the context that Bartholomew Roberts is using it, it's basically talking about a period of time or history in someone's life. Which is why later on he actually wants Edward to destroy his body so there's no traces of his body left. So that the Templars in this time period and potentially future time periods won't be able to do anything with his DNA. Which ironically ends up happening with the present day Sage, who is actually working at Abstergo Entertainment. When he gets killed, Abstergo is able to use his body and his DNA to actually explore his memories, and they're able to actually find out what made the Isu DNA what it is, so that they can try and actually recreate an Isu from scratch. Hello there, Schiller. Ahoy there. It's going really good, thank you, dude. I actually had to do some collecting of messages in a bottle, because I forgot to do that off stream. So for the first couple of hours of the stream, I went around and did that. But we're now back into the story. How's things going with you, Schiller? I hope things are going good. It's no coincidence either that the observatory device, if you look at it, is like an eye, because putting someone's blood in the vial and then putting the vial into the device is basically letting you see through the eyes, literally, of the person. So I like little things like that. Sheila, you're good. The morning was stressful, but now you can relax for the holidays. That's good, dude. That's definitely a good feeling once you get all the busyness and all the stress out of the way. It's always good to be able to actually relax. So that's excellent, Sheila. Grace, Rod, I'm going to do this off stream. Also, Rod, so guess what I forgot to do off stream? Runs around beach like a madman. Exactly. Yeah, I've had so many other games that I've been trying to get work, and also figuring out scheduling and cramming them in and all that kind of stuff. Plus watching other people's streams. And then when I started this stream, I was like, oh fuck, I forgot to do that. But we've got all of them now, so when I'm ready to actually read them all, I've got them all together. But because I had to spend that much time getting them, I probably won't be able to finish the main game today like I wanted to. But I've got tomorrow, Sunday, and then Saturday and Sunday next week to get this playthrough finished. Because I want to do the Freedom Cry DLC as well and give it this same treatment with the story. So I should be able to fit it in. Grace, I feel you, dude. You're about to hit a holiday week marathon of streaming. Yeah, sometimes you look back after you've done it and you're like, how the hell did I get through so many games in so short amount of time? Sheila, you don't blame him for that. You like to watch Rod around a madman, especially when he has access to a torch. Yeah, I did more towards that playthrough of Odyssey. But I had to end up grinding on stream for that to get to a level to match, because I was up to level 25 and I needed to be level 31. So I tried to do some of the quests with the torch, but I was basically taking the amount of damage that I was taking off the enemy. I may as well have been trying to flick them with my finger. So I ended up having to grind, and I got up to level 30. So in the next stream, I'll be able to jump back to the story and continue on as well.
Here we are. Place the chest just there.
What's that noise?
Ah, yes. A security measure. Just a moment. There we are.
So what is this place?
Think of it as a large spyglass, such as we sailors carry. A device capable of seeing great distances.
This is bloody witchcraft.
No, this is Mr. Jack Rackham, somewhere in the world at this moment.
Nassau. This is happening right now. We're seeing through his eyes.
Aye.
I don't know, Jim. I haven't the faintest idea how to pilot a ship. That ain't work a woman does.
Tosh. I've seen a score of ladies who can reef a sail and spin a capstan.
And would you teach me to fight? With a cutlass, like? And maybe handle a pistol?
All that and more. But you have to want it and work for it. There's no stumbling into true success.
I like that line. There's no stumbling into true success. Another great quote by Mary. Such a great character. I was saying in one of the other streams that I would have loved to actually get a game where we played as her, because there's so many events before we meet her in this story, but also in between certain memories of Edward's that we don't know what Mary's up to and what she's experiencing and all that kind of stuff. I think it would be really cool to explore that, because that would then give us a different perspective on this whole time period, being that of someone who actually is an assassin, who became one, and actually is believing in the cause and all that kind of stuff, versus this story where we're seeing the assassins and the Templars through the eyes of someone who isn't one, isn't either of them, and didn't actually know anything about them until they came across the assassin Duncan Walpole, and then came across the Templars and all that kind of stuff. Grace, you're doing all the debates. Normally you do Elder Scrolls for the December 25th stream, but also you have a viewer who asked you to do Red Dead ages ago. So there, the two choices are they, Grace, to do Elder Scrolls or Red Dead? Yeah, I mean, Elder Scrolls is such, like, I imagine you probably could do like a story-focused type thing where you just do the main quest, but do they actually have New Game Plus with those games? I never actually even thought to look up if they do or not.
Hey, lad, that's my lass you're making love to. You lay off, or I'll catch ya.
Up your ass, Rackham. Lad's the last thing you should be calling me.
Oh, is that right, is it? Lad?
A curious bunch. Let's try another. Governor Woodes Rogers.
You have a bold idea, but I must think it carefully through.
A simple pledge of loyalty is all you need suggest to the House of Commons. An oath, a gesture, and a simple ceremonial dram of blood taken from the finger. That's all.
The ministers may give me trouble, but it should be easy enough to convince the House of Lords. They do adore an excess of pomp and circumstance.
Exactly. Tell them it's a show of fealty to the king against those revolting Jacobites.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, these Templars.
The crucial detail is the blood. You must get a sample from each man. We want to be ready when we find the observatory.
Agreed.
A precious tool, you see. Sorcery, that's what it is.
Not so!
Sorry, I tried to get the timing right. There's a bit of a delay when I press the button on the PlayStation controller to pause things like this. So, when Edward first saw the device fire up, he was like, this is bloody witchcraft, or something like that. And then now he says, you know, that's sorcery, that's what this is. So Edward's brain is still trying to comprehend what exactly he's actually seeing here. And going back to what I was saying before about how, from Edward's perspective, seeing things like this, to his mind, it would be magic. Whereas to our minds, we would see it as technology. And so Edward is still not fully absorbing what he's actually seeing here. So to his mind, it's still some kind of like magical thing that's actually going on. Grace, you'd have to actually finish the games to find out. Elder Scrolls is your forever play game. You don't think you've officially finished a single one? Yeah, the only one that I've finished is Skyrim, and the only other ones I've played is Oblivion. Haven't finished that one. You always wanted a Mary Reed DLC. Damn shame we never got it. Absolutely. Like, there's so much potential. And this is the thing with Ubisoft in this series. There's a whole lot of potential that they missed that they'll never do. And if they do, they'll find some way to mess it up or do it in a way that ruins, characters and stuff like that as well. Hey, Mr. Gote. How's things going, dude?
Every mechanism that gives this device its light is a true and physical thing. Ancient, yes, but nothing supernatural or strange.
We'll be masters of the ocean with that.
Oh, such ambition. There was nothing in my code about loyalty, boy. You played your role, but our partnership is done.
All right, I will actually reload the checkpoint, but essentially this is obviously Edward being betrayed by Bartholomew Roberts. Edward, though, saw in this a potential way to become masters of the ocean, essentially. Earlier, Bartholomew Roberts asked Edward, what is his interest in the observatory? Does he want to use it to work with him and bolster their gains, or does he want to try and take it out from under his nose and sell it? Which is something that Edward had plans to do because he was looking at the observatory as a big cash cow, basically, thinking if I could get that device and sell it to the right person, I could become a millionaire and be able to live a great life with my wife Caroline and all that kind of stuff. But Bartholomew Roberts is not stupid, and so he was always going to betray Edward. Once he knew that Edward was only in it for that and was not going to be wanting to cooperate, and was only doing so up until a point with the aim of, potentially using the observatory, Bartholomew Roberts was like, there was nothing in my code that I told you about that had to do with loyalty. So Bartholomew Roberts is obviously someone that couldn't be trusted by Edward ultimately. And it's this event that's going to kick off certain things that happen. I think what happens with Mary would have happened anyway without this happening to Edward, but Edward's actions and his pursuit of the observatory have led him to this point, and all the things that he was told by Adewale, like forget working with Bartholomew Roberts, work with the assassins instead and protect this place. All these things that Edward was told, and at those points he could have been able to not go ahead with his pursuit, but he was so blinded and so addicted to that idea of getting rich that he was not listening to his friends who had sound advice. And so this is where he ends up, and he's going to be put in prison, and he's going to have a bit of a tough time, but Mary is also going to have a tough time because their ship gets attacked and everyone else is pretty much drunk, but only Mary and Bonnie, and I don't know if they name the character, but there's another character who actually conceives a child with Mary, but he unfortunately dies during the attack. But there was only 3 people essentially who were actually sober, but they were overtaken, and so Mary and Anne get arrested, whereas the rest of the crew are most likely killed, and Rackham gets arrested too, as well. I should include him too. Rackham gets arrested and all that kind of stuff. But I think all that stuff would have happened irrespective of Edward's actions. But Edward's predicament that he finds himself in is well and truly his own making at the end of this. I'll reload the cutscene so we can see it from the start without me interrupting it. But I just wanted to talk about those sorts of things while I could. Grace, so you think they just weren't as aware at that point of the necessity of having those female-led stories as much as they become now? You'd pay for a DLC for this still if they came out with it. That's true. And the other thing, though, is that they always focus on Cassandra now, as the only important female protagonist in the series, when there's a lot of female protagonists that we either played as that don't get any more recognition and don't get their own game, some that actually got their own game but haven't been given a bigger thing, like Aveline has never been given a bigger game than what she got with Liberation. You've got characters like Claudia Auditore, who becomes an assassin, and Ubisoft's done nothing with her character. That's someone that we never play as and didn't have a game about them, who's actually a female assassin, but they never think about, doing a game where we play as her. There's also like Xiao Jun as well, who only got one game. Characters like Evie, she could have gotten another game, like especially one in India. I think that would have been cool if there was a game set in India after the events of Syndicate with her and Henry, and also have Jacob as part of the story too, because it has to line up with the Jack the Ripper DLC continuity and all that kind of stuff. But you got that too, and you've got Amanette as well, who deserved her own game. Like, would have been cool, instead of getting Odyssey, if we got Origins, like a follow-up to Origins where we play as Amanette for the majority of the game. Do a reverse, like, of what we had with Origins, where we played as Bayek for the majority of the game, and then sometimes we played as Amanette. In a follow-up, they could have swapped that around, so that we play as Amanette through the majority of the game, and then switch to Bayek for some missions. And then maybe a third could have been you choose which character's path you want to go down, and they're both working towards whatever the enemy is, but you get two different sides of the same story from different perspectives. They could have done like a hidden one trilogy with Bayek and Aya. I think that would have been really cool if they did that. Grace and Eivor, if you played as female in Valhalla. That's true, yeah. And that is true, Schiller, yeah. Yeah, female Eivor is canon. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was quite clever how they worked that out. Like how they presented it in the game. Like, you as the player, if you want to play as male Eivor, you can. If you want to play as female Eivor, you can. If you want the Animus to decide who you play as and when, you can. But story-wise, to actually say that there is a canon Eivor was a wise decision. Because it makes sense, given the memories of Odin that you're experiencing and all that kind of stuff. It's like if you were a male using an Animus, experiencing the memories of a woman, right? You're still experiencing the memories, but that doesn't mean that because you're a man, magically the person in the past becomes a man as well. You know what I mean? So the way that they worked that out, I think, was a good way to kind of like please people from a gameplay side of thing, while still having a narrative where it makes sense why that would happen and all that kind of stuff. Grace, you played as let the game decide. Yeah, that's how I generally like to play it when it's a canon, sort of when I'm doing like a canon playthrough as well. There was a playthrough I did once where I alternated every single story arc. I did male Eivor story arc and then switched to female and bounced back and forth throughout the game and stuff. Okay, so let's reload this cutscene, and this time I won't stop it and stuff. Let it play in full.
Is this bloody witchcraft?
No, this is Mr. Jack Rackham, somewhere in the world at this moment.
Nassau. Well, this is happening right now. We're seeing through his eyes.
Aye.
I don't know, Jim. I haven't the faintest idea how to pilot a ship. That ain't work a woman does.
Tosh. I've seen a score of ladies who can reef a sail and spin a capstan.
And would you teach me to fight? With a cutlass, like? And maybe handle a pistol?
All that and more. But you have to want it and work for it. There's no stumbling into true success.
Hey, lad! That's my lass you're making love to. You lay off, or I'll catch ya.
Up your ass, Rackham. Lad's the last thing you should be calling me.
Oh, is that right, is it? Lad?
A curious bunch. Let's try another. Governor Woods Rogers.
You have a bold idea, but I must think it carefully through.
A simple pledge of loyalty is all you need suggest to the House of Commons. An oath, a gesture, and a simple ceremonial dram of blood taken from the finger. That's all.
The ministers may give me trouble, but it should be easy enough to convince the House of Lords. They do adore an excess of pomp and circumstance.
Exactly. Tell them it's a show of fealty to the king against those revolting Jacobites.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, these Templars.
The crucial detail is the blood. You must get a sample from each man. We want to be ready when we find the observatory.
Agreed.
A precious tool, you see. Sorcery, that's what it is.
Not so! Every mechanism that gives this device its light is a true and physical thing. Ancient, yes, but nothing supernatural or strange.
We'll be masters of the ocean with that.
Oh, such ambition. There is nothing in my code about loyalty, boy. You played your role, but our partnership is done!
You're a dead man, Roberts!
There we go. Edward getting knocked off there into the water. Schiller, but let the game decide is the way to go because of the Odin missions. That's right. Grace, the let the game decide option was clearly there for a reason. You feel bad for people who couldn't give up their need for control to play the game the way it was meant to be played. Plus, you think having a female Eivor made some of the story more complex. Like when Sigurd comes back to find Eivor making decisions and flips the fuck out. Yeah, I mean, that's true too. You know. I was actually saying in the Odyssey stream I did earlier, it's strange to me when people, like, fair enough, we all have the types of characters and the kinds of characters that we like to play. But some people take it to the extreme where they're wanting to boycott a game simply because you play as a female character. Just to use as an example, you know. Where it's like, so far as like making sort of like extremely critical arguments about why the character shouldn't be this gender, and it's like, there's so many different ways to tell a story as well. There's so many different character types also, that there's enough for people out there. So, you know, if you want to play as a male character in a video game, that's fine. But to be complaining about a game that decides to have a female protagonist for the sake of, for the fact that they're a female protagonist is a bit ridiculous. Because I don't know. I mean, I don't mind, like, if you, like, I look at genres of games that I like. So I like, you know, third-person action-adventure games. If you said to me, hey, Rod, there's this cool action-adventure game, and I think you'll enjoy it. And I was to ask, not that I would, but just use an example. If I was to ask, so who do you play as? And they're like, oh yeah, you play as this woman who goes through and does this and does that. I'd be like, okay, cool. But there'd be some people out there going, oh, fuck that game. I'm not going to play as a woman. What are you talking about? You know, and I think that kind of like is a bit ridiculous because it's completely negating any things that are in it that the person did like before they heard that aspect. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't feel weird playing female characters as a male. Like it's not. I don't go ew or I can't believe this or whatnot. It's just like that's cool. Like Control, that's an awesome fucking game. You play as Jesse Faden, an awesome fucking character. Like, she's a woman. I wouldn't be like, well, that's the deciding factor on whether or not I like the game. And, you know, if she is a woman and someone is like, oh yeah, you should have they should have had a male character as the main character. It's like, well, why? Like, there's no problem having like a female character become the director of the FBC. Like that would be ridiculous to be like, well, only a man can be the director of the FBC. It'd be like, well, no. Like, in real life, you know, there's women who are actually business owners. They run the business, you know. So if you work for them and you don't like working for women, then you're probably not going to enjoy the job, but it'd be a ridiculous reason not to want to work somewhere. You know what I mean? Just use that as an example. You can say the same about, you know, any other gender of any other character as well. Shilly, whenever a friend of Sigurd, his whole motivation was Daddy gave away my kingdom and I cry about it. Well, that's understandable to feel that way. At the same time, though, imagine if your family was like, you know, we were going to have you in our will, but we're going to cut you out now because we feel that your friend would be better suited for it, you know, or someone else, you know, that you don't know would be better suited for it. It'd be a bit like, you know, like you were being betrayed or something. Grace, because doing that as male Eivor is just dude bros having power struggle, but with female Eivor, that's progressive Sigurd putting an uppity woman back in her place against everything he's ever said and done. Gives a whole other layer to him and to Basim's twisting of things, plus seeing that decision in light of who it turns out Sigurd is carrying forward. You can see that bastardization that Loki has brought to the world. Yeah. And the experiences that Eivor has, like, especially if you think about Fulki as well. Like, Fulki is a very deranged sort of character, you know, and the torturing that she does to Sigurd and all that kind of stuff in Eivor's mind is, you know, a really messed up thing. You know, how dare you do this to my best friend? You know, this person that I've known for, you know, a long time, and all that kind of stuff. So there's also that aspect of wanting to protect Sigurd a bit as well, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's definitely different ways you can look at it depending on different parts of the story and all that kind of stuff. Zereth, you knew someone who complained to the company that Lara Croft was female. Really? Okay. Weird. Grace, oh my god, Rob, women are people? How dare? Oh, I know, right, Grace? Like, shit. It's like, here's this great invention. Who made it? Well, this is them. Yeah, but what gender are they? Oh, they're a woman. Oh, well, that doesn't mean it's a good invention then. What do you mean? We cured cancer. Oh, but that doesn't count because it wasn't a man that came up with it. Like, who would say that? It'd be like, fuck yeah, that's awesome. That cancer's been cured. not be like, oh, a woman cured cancer well. You know, that doesn't count now, does it? You know, it'd be ridiculous. Hey, Keone, welcome on in. How's it going? Grace Fulke, battle bitch. She sure is. And how, like, sadistic and everything she is. Like, they do a great job at making her feel like this kind of, like, very deranged, sort of, like, religious zealot kind of, you know, character as well. But also cunning and very manipulative as well. So Edward is not looking good. He's hurt himself really badly.
Roberts! You are dead. Oh.
Oh, your jackdaw's flown, Edward. Eh? That's the beauty of a democracy. The many outvote the one. Oh, you could sail with me, but with a temper as hot as yours, I fear you'd burn us all to cinders. Luckily, I know the king's bounty on your head is a large one, and I intend to collect. Have you ever seen the inside of a Jamaican prison, boy? Have you?
Yes, I finally managed to freeze frame on how creepy of a smile Bartholomew Roberts actually fucking has. Finally. There was another point earlier in the story where I was trying to actually freeze frame on his smile. So this is perfect that I managed to get the timing right on this. Like, imagine that face looking at you when you wake up in the morning. Grace, you refused to call her anything except Battle Bitch on your whole playthrough. Go into the game files, and whenever there's like text for Fulke's name, just have Battle Bitch instead. Zareth, it's just a flesh wound. That's all it is. It'll be fine. Just put your thumb on it for a second, and then that will heal it all. Grace, you know it's a bad day when your entire objective is survive. Definitely true. You're not wrong there, that's for damn sure. One of those situations where it doesn't matter what you do, Edward is supposed to be subdued there. This is also a good shot to see the different colours of Bartholomew Roberts' eyes as well. And that's, of course, one of the that's probably the most important aspect of the sage physically to actually determine whether someone's a sage or not. I was saying in a previous stream that if you look at Bartholomew Roberts' face and his mustache, in present day, the IT guy, John, he looks exactly like Bartholomew Roberts, with the same face model, the same mustache and all that kind of stuff. But in the next game, the next main entry, although some would consider Rogue a main entry, I still kind of think of that as a side entry that does have a place in between the continuity of a couple of games in the series, but I don't consider it a main entry. But in Assassin's Creed Unity, when we see Germain, who is actually a sage, he doesn't have the same character. He doesn't have the same face model as Bartholomew Roberts does. Doesn't have the same mustache and all that kind of stuff. And for the purposes of this game, having the same face model for Bartholomew Roberts and for John NIT makes sense because they wanted to give a strong visual indication to players that, hey, this is the Sage Reborn. You know, they've tried to hide his face in present day for as much as possible. But when the revelation comes through for the player that the guy in present day, that your character has been forced to do things, is actually a Sage, they look exactly like Bartholomew Roberts. But of course, a Sage, they could decide, like Bartholomew Roberts, he could have decided to not have a mustache. He wasn't born with one. So it's not like when a Sage is reborn, they're a baby with a mustache or anything like that. But just for the purposes of visually making it apparent to the player. But it doesn't mean that all the Sages are canonically supposed to look exactly the same, even though it's presented that way in the narrative of Black Flag. But other games in the series that have a Sage, they show them looking different with a different face model. That's why I say the most important aspect of a Sage's of someone being a Sage is the eyes. So it doesn't matter what face they have, it's the eyes that actually indicate whether or not someone's a Sage in the series. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. Grace, don't fucking tempt me. Learns how to code. And then goes in there and changes all the text. And then change all the dialogue as well, saying their name. Speaking of AC franchise entries, they're all massively on sale on Steam if anyone is missing any. And you may have bought the entire collection as a backup. Ah, well that's a good idea actually. That's definitely a good idea to have a backup of them, just in case. Zereth, it was a sage thought. It really was, you know. Absolutely, Zereth.
Hello? How are you? If you're anxious, that'll pass. It's the midazolam. I'm sorry about this, but we've had so many security breaches, we were forced to take drastic action. And Olivier is missing. He left for Chicago 2 days ago, but no one's seen him since. I know this seems excessive, but with our high-level security clearance, we have an obligation to our shareholders. Rest assured, we will compensate you when the hacker is found. So get some rest, okay? And if you're up to it, maybe capture some more footage? You're doing amazing work. I can't wait to show you the work we've been doing with your stuff. Take care.
So, they tossed you in the bunker. Nice. Those Templars upstairs aren't taking any chances. I think we need to erase all the dirt they might have on you. Did you hear that? I think I just gave you level 3 security clearance. Now, head to the security room and use the cameras to watch the door to the server farm. Unfortunately, Melanie's in there now, so when I escort her out, that's when you make your move. I'd wipe these servers myself, but as the head of IT, I'd be a suspect. It has to be someone they've already locked up. Ah, these Templars. They run our lives, you know. They decide elections, they control various capital markets, and they inject us with little microchips to track our movements and read our thoughts. It's all very scary.
Grace, they're like 70+% off for the main games, and DLCs and season passes are like 60+% off. It's a really good sale. That is a big reduction. I mean, that's, the minimum being 70 and 60% respectively for those. Like, that's really good. We have here, of course, another forced exit from the Animus, and narratively, Edward at this point is taken to a prison, and the present-day character that we're playing as is imprisoned in a separate part of Abstergo entertainment building because they're being quarantined, not because they're sick or anything, but because there's been a lot of hacking that's been going on as well. Could have sworn I already read that. Don't know why it came up as something to say. Yeah, I've already read that. I marked it on my notepad. So I've already read that. Let's see if there's any new diary entries. Corporate pressure, nope. So I've already read all those. They're all the acquired files. Chile just got Dawn of Ragnarok for Xbox for €16, which is nice. That's definitely a cheap price for that. Grace, for the everything AC1 through Valhalla plus all available season passes, you're looking at around 100 to 120 USD. Your currency mileage may vary. Yeah. The only Assassin's Creed game that I don't own is Rogue. And that won't be changing. I just want to wait and see if there's any more dialogue from the Sage in present day. If we don't do straight away what he wants.
What the hell are you doing? This is no time to go back to work.
Now I'm going to read what's on the screen there. Just wait until it loops back around. Security notice. Following a series of intrusive activities, we have been forced to isolate employees of interest. Precautions are being taken for the safety of all employees. You are requested to comply with all instructions during your containment. Your containment and treatment for the foreseeable period is in accordance with appropriate employee guidelines. So we have security level 3 clearance now, but we can't access the other parts of Abstergo Entertainment Building at this point in the story. This is your mission log. I already read that. Reach the security room, the bunker. Reach the security room. Week 4 and things have taken a frightening turn. Suspected of being a hacker, which in some sense I am. My superiors have placed me under house arrest in an area they call the bunker. As all of this is John's fault, I'm hoping against all odds that he helps me out of the situation. Still have 13 more computers to hack, and we still have a few sticky notes. Hacked is such a strong word. You're testing, hammering away at our infrastructure and finding weak points for the sake of our security. Keep telling yourself that and you'll be fine. Grace, but considering a single game is $60, whole collection for the price of 2 standard games, you can't beat that. Well, that is true, especially when you look at it that way. Like, yeah, that's a whole lot of games that is for the price of one game. But then you add that to, you know, one other single game, and that's how much. Alright, so I'm not going to read this yet, but I want to take note that I've actually gotten it now. Robert de Sable. Alright, I want to go the wrong way on purpose to get the dialogue.
Hey, you know you're supposed to be locked up, right? Going back upstairs ain't a good plan. Melanie is in there right now, you idiot. Get to the security room before she sees you.
Heh. Wanted to trigger those dialogues. Grace, they're not the fancy editions, but if you just want to back up in case your Xbox fails or your discs, as rare as those are these days to get scratched the fuck, it's a really good price. Absolutely. Because you think about all the games that you might have bought when they first came out and how much they were each, and think to yourself, imagine losing that amount of money because you didn't have something backed up when you could have had all of that backed up for less overall than what it cost you to get it in the first place.
Alright, listen, I'm entering the server room now. When you see us leave, get in there.
There's no need for you to be down here by yourself, Miss LeMay. My team will handle the investigation.
But you need an extra set of eyes on this thing, John. We don't even know when the hackers broke in. It could take weeks to go through this data.
One, at most.
Still too long. I can't keep my team locked up for a week.
Legally you can. It's what they signed up for, even if they didn't read their contracts.
Yes, of course. I just hate the idea. So what's the next step?
My team is processing the data now. We'll start sifting through it tonight. Scout's honor. Coffee's on me, okay?
Alright, so we've checked these two cameras just to see if there was any archive footage that we could access yet. I just wanted to see if there's any other dialogue from him. But he's in the presence of Melanie LeMay at the moment, so he wouldn't want to mess up anything.
All right. I ditched her at the coffee stand. Find a server containing the network logs. Since I have a record of each and every one of your hacks, we'll just search for the timestamps on those and turn that data into something harmless. Easy as that.
Now that he's ditched Melanie at the coffee stand, let's see if he says anything now when we try to go in the elevator again. Hey Lidus. Hey there, dude. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to you and your raiders. Hope everyone's doing well. How was your stream? Let's see if there's any other dialogues that will trigger. Lidus, hey brother, stream was good, you man? Hope you're well. Too much rage. Oh really? One of those situations. We had a lot of rage moments. That's understandable. You know me. I know what that's like. Urban Rain on very hard conquered. Oh, so you got through it? You finished it? Oh, GG's, dude. Especially playing on the hardest difficulty. That's always good to get through games on that higher level. That's awesome. 100 missions? Holy fucking shit. There's definitely a lot. Damn. You're unlocking achievements as well. Cool. Is it one of those games where you get all the achievements for the previous difficulties when you finish it on the highest one? Or do you have to do each one individually? We're just up to this forced present day section where Abstergo employees are being put in quarantine in the bunker, suspected of hacking, and we're about to go and go into the server room where Juno is going to talk to us. I think so. You get them all when you do the highest difficulty, but you love the challenge. Well, that's good. It is good when they do it like that, because if you've played through on the hardest difficulty and you bypass playing on the easier modes, you should also be rewarded for those achievements as well. And it's good too that you love the challenge as well. And that's the thing, like, there's a lot of games where I rage at it, but I still enjoy it, you know. It's just that I'm just frustrated with the game in that moment. It's retroachievements.org or .com or .net Not sure. Oh, is it? Oh, I see. Yeah, because Urban Reign, that would have come out before achievements were even a thing, wouldn't it? I think 2005. So almost, yeah, because the Xbox 360 was 2006, wasn't it? I like how all this is storage, information. And in the past, in Edward's time period, the glass vials that the Templars want, in its own way, is information as well. It's information that can be gleaned from where the person is at any given time, visually and also audio-wise. And blood having DNA in it and all that kind of stuff, that data is stored inside as well. So I like how there's a present day equivalent of the blood vials in a way here in Abstergo Entertainment, this whole structure as well. And it's within this that Juno's essence, or her consciousness, if you will, actually exists within the World Wide Web and also within the servers and all that kind of stuff, in the grey, as it's called. Thank you so much, Lidus, for leaving the lurk, and thank you so much again for the raid. Muchly appreciated, dude. Something I didn't know until I did it in the previous phase is that if you actually get too close to Juno's image, she actually teleports to a different part of the area.
Here we are. Beautiful. I'll update your communicator one more time. A little program I cooked up just for this purpose. There we go. I think that worked. Try it out.
Just want to wait a moment, see if he says anything else if you don't go straight away. Just want to see if he says anything if we try to escape at this point. No. Okay, so let's go and interact with this to communicate with Juno. Aita being reborn inside John from IT. He's hoping that the main character that we're playing as in present day will become the new body that Juno can inhabit, at least temporarily.
The dawn of the deadly 18th century. Rogues and sailors band together to live their lives by the sword. With no laws or morals, no gods, and no fear. Only betrayal, mutiny, cruelty, and debauchery. There is plunder to be found on golden beaches. Will you risk life and soul to fight the pirates of nightmares? Benjamin Hornigold, Calico Jack, Charles Vane, and Blackbeard?
Okay, so that is Age of Cutthroats, a useful primer on the brutal history of Caribbean pirates. Alright, so let's have a look. Where is that actually put? From the Journals of Edward James Kenway. Alright, so that goes above that. Age of Cutthroats. Just want to make sure that I'm taking note of what I've already covered and putting it in the same order in which it's listed in the game. So that is like a little bit of a teaser that Abstergo Entertainment have been working on. All the memories that the present day character has been recording of Edwards via the Animus sessions is being used to create the experience that Abstergo Entertainment wants gamers around the world to actually experience. Edited, of course, to take out a lot of references and things that the Templars don't want to have and all that kind of stuff. This first version that we see is definitely much better than the final version that they decided to go with as well.
I can feel you, Cypher. Feel. But hardly touch. Signal is still too weak, and I am spread thin. Unfocused. Like static and fog. Lingering in networks and nodes, the nervous system of the world.
Can you hear?
Perhaps the temple was opened too soon. But this was not by choice. The cataclysm pushed all doubt aside. We bless poor Desmond, who gave his life so that you, the children of our labors, would live on, to fulfill your purpose and ours, in mine. But now is not the time. My strength is not sufficient to inhabit an organic vessel. There is more work to do, more samples to acquire, more artifacts to find before my will can obtain.
What's happening? Tell me!
Make me whole again, my children, my instruments. Bring me forth to fulfill your purpose.
Tell me! No, no, no! Something's wrong! God damn it! She should be here! Now! Living in that goddamned head of yours! Fuck, 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 fuck! Why did she spare you? Why are you still here?
Of course, he's not too happy about that. So essentially what Juno is saying is, at the moment, the signal is too weak, that they need to do more, they need to find more samples before they can take her consciousness and put it into a human host again. And so Aita being reborn in present time as John from IT, and him wanting to use the main character in present day as the new temporary host for Juno's consciousness, he was hoping that the process would be able to happen. But because of the fact that it's not able to happen, he's very, very pissed off. But it's interesting his reaction, because he asks what's going on as if he didn't hear what Juno was saying, which is very interesting. I would have thought that he would have been able to hear what Juno was saying to the main character that we're playing as in present day. But in any case, Juno cannot have a human body yet as well. When she says my instruments, there's actually a group called the Instruments of the First Will. They essentially worship the Isu, and they're working to try and bring Juno back, but also they want the Isu to take over humans again. They're more than willing to be a slave race again to the Isu. The Isu, when they created humans, created us to be their slaves. Eventually there was a revolt, but there were also Isu that were on the side of the humans and didn't view them as merely slaves and all that kind of stuff. But the Instruments of the First Will, they worship the Isu so much, and they believe that they should be subservient to the Isu, whereas the Templars are like, no. And the Assassins are like, hang on, So Juno has to stay, her consciousness has to stay in the Grey for now, at this point in the overall story of Assassin's Creed. But since then, of course, the character has appeared in other games. Her appearance in this game left a lot of questions at the time as to what's going to happen next with that storyline and all that kind of thing. So if we have a look now at the messages, let's see what new messages have popped up for the character. Oh yeah, so this one. Security team, security level increase. You've been granted security level 3. John from IT, communicator updated camera access. For your information, upgraded your communicator again with a special little hack tool. It'll give you access to all of the company servers. Have fun. So I've got that sorted. Let's go to the security room again and see if there's any archives on the cameras that we can access at this point. No, not yet. But I will check that again at another point. Okay, so he has no more dialogue to say. Alrighty then. This is actually where I'm going to end the stream, because I had to do the collecting of the messages in a bottle. It meant that this stream, in terms of progress, I didn't get where I wanted to get. I wanted to actually try and get the main game finished in this stream to make way for Freedom Cry tomorrow. But I still have next Saturday and Sunday up my sleeve before the year ends to get this this phase finished. So given that, this is the new plan of attack. So in tomorrow's stream of this game, I'll try and finish off the main game, because when we go back into the Animus, we'll be put into sequence 11 of 12. There's still a lot of present day stuff to actually focus on. And I'll also do another stream of Assassin's Creed Odyssey with the Torch Challenge. So that'll still be the same order in which I do them. So the next stream that you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed Odyssey to continue my Torch Challenge playthrough. And then after that stream's finished, I'll be doing another stream of Black Flag. So they're the two games that I'll be streaming on Sunday. So if you see me streaming any of those Assassin's Creed games, then you know it's become Sunday for me here in Australia. Next weekend, if I get the main game of this finished tomorrow, then I can do Freedom Cry all next weekend, and then put the Assassin's Creed Odyssey Torch Challenge playthrough on hold. So if all goes to plan after tomorrow's stream of Black Flag, that's how I'll do it. But in any case, the next stream you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed Odyssey to continue my Torch Challenge playthrough. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Let's go and exit to the main screen. That's okay, Sheila, for the stream. No worries at all. Same to you as well, Zereth. No worries for the stream. We're going to go and raid out to Armin Bearsuit, who's playing through The Last of Us Part 1. Before I do that, though, I want to give some shout-outs. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles, who is doing a playthrough of The Witcher 3 on the hardest difficulty without the HUD, and he's playing Geralt as a greedy, evil bastard. He's doing that for his playthrough of Witcher 3. He's also doing a serious playthrough of Assassin's Creed without the HUD, not allowed to fast travel, and is only allowed to look at the map if he has looks at the map banked once per hour. So when a real-time hour passes, he gets one look at the map. If 2 pass and he hasn't looked at the map, he then gets 2 looks at the map, and so on and so forth, and can build it up. Once he's finished one game, though, he can't carry over whatever looks at the map he might have amassed into the next playthrough. So he's doing very unique kinds of runs with those. But he's currently on holiday, so I don't know when the next stream will be on his channel, but if you're looking for another Assassin's Creed streamer, and also someone who is playing through The Witcher 3, then highly recommend checking out Crocodiles. Also highly recommend checking out Chillerlock. He's a big fan of Assassin's Creed as well. Previous to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, he did a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 2, where if he died, he had to start at the start of the game again. He's doing the same with Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, and he'll also be doing the same with Revelations. And I do believe he also has the rule where he can't upgrade armor or weapons any further than when the game forces it to actually happen with those games as well. He's also a fan of the Dark Pictures series by Supermassive Games, and when he plays through those games for a first-time playthrough, he saves everyone. For a second-time playthrough, he kills them all off. So if you're looking for someone who is also a fan of Assassin's Creed, but you're also a fan of horror games, then highly recommend checking out Chillerlock. Same with Lucinda. She's also a big fan of horror games. She's currently doing a playthrough of the Assassin's Creed series on Assassin's Creed Odyssey at the moment. We'll also be doing Valhalla as well as Mirage in the future. The next stream that she'll be doing, though, will be Cult of the Lamb, a special stream on Christmas Day for that. The game that she finished most recently, which was her secondary game, was the Eternal Evil game. Finished that. Also a big fan of The Last of Us, as well as Evil Within and Resident Evil. and is also a fan of the Dying Light series as well as the Dishonored series. Highly recommend checking out Grace. Grace is playing Labyrinth Authority. What an interesting name for a game. I don't think I've actually heard of that before. But Grace is another really great streamer. Very entertaining to watch. Very good with chat as well. Always has a fun stream. So highly recommend checking out Grace as well. Also, Mr. Gote. He plays games like Mortal Kombat 11, Hunt Showdown. He's also a fan of the Outlast series and horror games like Dead Space, as well as the supermassive games Until Dawn, their Dark Pictures series, as well as The Quarry. Highly recommend checking out Lidus. He's playing Urban Reign, or did a playthrough of it, on the hardest difficulty, and getting all the achievements for it. He plays a lot of retro stuff, also a fan of Resident Evil, also a fan of Streets of Rage, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and Tekken as well. Highly recommend checking out Sadie. Sadie is playing Batman Arkham Asylum. It's her first playthrough of that game, and I think if she enjoys Batman Arkham Asylum, that will also open up for Assassin's Creed, Batman Arkham City. But Sadie is also someone who has played a lot of Assassin's Creed as well. So highly recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. Grace, thanks for the shout, Rod, and appreciate you keeping you entertained until your meeting this morning. That is absolutely no trouble at all, Grace. I'm glad that you could have an entertaining stream to actually watch while you're waiting. Hopefully the meeting goes well and that you have a good one. And no worries at all for the shout out either. More than happy to give you one. And Sheila, no worries for the shout out either. More than happy to give you one as well. No problemo. Grace, you think it's Labrindatari. So Labrindatari. Interesting name. What type of game is it? Because never actually heard of it before. Oh yeah, so it's a puzzle-based top-down pixel art comedy collectathon adventure. I've never ever heard of that style of game before. That's an interesting description there. That's on Steam. Based on a retro futuristic Formica punk science mansion. Grace, it's a very Monkey Island Obra Dinn-esque puzzle game. Oh, nice. That's cool. I love the Monkey Island games. In fact, I want to do a marathon of them next year. And I would also love to play through Maniac Mansion, because I haven't played through that for a long time. I don't know which version I'd go with, though, because there's so many different versions of it. You got a free key from the devs, really loving it. Oh, excellent. That's cool. That's awesome, too, that you're enjoying the experience as well. But that's cool that you got a free key from the devs. That's awesome. Oh, I forgot. I'm in a Suit doesn't actually allow raids in that sense. But here's a general raid message to use in I'm in a Suit's chat. Here's also one with some free follower emotes included. And there is one with subscriber emotes for subscribers. Grace, you'll give any free key game one stream. This game you'll be finishing on stream. Well, that's cool that you're enjoying it enough to play through the whole thing on stream. That's excellent. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, because sometimes you never know with games that you've never played before. You don't know what kind of experience it's going to be and all that kind of stuff. I better actually put I'm in a Bear Suit's link in there so that people can actually go to the channel. Okay, so here's the link to I'm in a Bear Suit's channel. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. Muchly appreciated. The next stream of this will be tomorrow. However, there will be Assassin's Creed Odyssey stream beforehand. So if you see me streaming Odyssey or this game, you know it's become Sunday. They're the other games on the schedule. Monday through to Thursday is to be determined. I do know that it will be a Splinter Cell game, but I'm still having it to be determined because I want to accurately know which one it's going to be for which day. Because Monday, I don't know if I'm streaming yet, so I don't want to put down what Monday's stream will be if I'm not going to stream. And same with Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I will be streaming, but I don't want to put whatever game will be on what day because it might be different. I might end up streaming on Monday, and therefore the Monday game will be different than on Wednesday, for example. On Friday, I need to take off the Rise of the Tomb Raider Stealth Challenge. So next Friday, I'll be continuing my Last Revelation playthrough. So that's the current schedule for the rest of the year. Thanks everyone for watching, and for those who will be over at I'm in a Bear Suit in his channel, I'll see you there.